The legend of Arsène Lupin, gentleman thief, is a tale that has been heard by most, but the truth known only by a few. Opinions are divisive, a playful swindler or a hardened career criminal. One thing that cannot be argued, the excitement of Arsène Lupin and his antics are unrivaled.
They're just paranoid, as if Lupin's going to get anywhere near this place.
I know you keep saying it's an impenetrable fortress, but you've heard the stories.
Don't worry, it's an easy gig. We got our posts, and that egg stays safe and sound.
Gentlemen.
An impossible undertaking for most, a walk in the park for Arsène Lupin. He was triumphant over the trials that had stood before him, but it was only with careful planning and execution that he could make every task look so simple.
Oh. Huh?
Now, a combination was all that stood between him and his prize. The combination had to be somewhere. Would they have trusted the now unconscious guards with such important information?
Oh.
8. The terrified owners only trusted each guard with half the combination. A quick rummage, and he had what he required. 9. Before he tackled the colossal vault door that blocked his path, he took a moment to remind himself of why he was there.
Huh.
The vault stood open like a cookie jar, just waiting for him to reach in.
Ah.
carefully. Now is not the time to stray from the path.
Hey. Huh.
Curse is locked. But for every door, there is a key. Hey,
Oh.
presto! Just a few more steps.
Aha.
A steady hand and... Of course, it was not the obvious that he was seeking. There was a more valuable prize inside.
Oh. Um.
In all its beauty, the Black Pearl, what he had really been chasing for so long. All that was left to do was escape. A simple task after the gauntlet of obstacles he had just championed until the alarm.
If an alarm is required. Let me guess. You read that in a newspaper. They also said I ran around in a top hat and cloak. When have you ever seen that?
A little exaggeration never hurt, but it's your story to tell, if you have a different version of events.
If you want the real truth, we'll have to go back further still. Let me tell you about a young man, Bernard Andrézy, his investigation and how it led to my arrest. On the second day, at a distance of 500 miles from the French coast, in the midst of a violent storm, a wireless telegraph message was received. Arsène Lupin is on your vessel. First cabin, blonde hair, wound right forearm. Traveling alone under the name Ray. The telegram was cut short, but by the next morning the whole ship had heard of Arsène Lupin's presence, and the deck was alive with gossip and rumors.
Can you believe it? Arsène Lupin stowed on board. I heard he once dressed as a Spanish bullfighter and a Russian physician.
Arsène Lupin, the man of 1,000 disguises. If what the newspapers say are true, he could be disguised as anyone.
Apparently, he's traveling under the name R. But before anyone says anything, it's not Rosé.
The waiter at breakfast told Miss Underdown and I that he had snuck on in the dead of night in a rubber life raft.
Can you imagine it? Daring, dangerous. It's like something out of a storybook. Don't you think, Miss Underdown?
Not a book I'd read, but I can see why there might be excitement around him.
Should we be worried? I have valuables on board and the things I've heard about that man.
You've got nothing to worry about. But Miss Underdown, if you feel nervous...
Miss Gerland and I shall both be fine.
Wouldn't it be exciting if I could get a photograph of the famous Arsène Lupin?
It would certainly be some feat, as you said. A man of 1,000 disguises.
No, it wouldn't. As soon as he is caught, he'll be behind bars, where he belongs. Hey, you. Come here a second.
Bernard d'Andrézy. How do you do, Monsieur Rosen?
I see my reputation precedes me.
You did just say your name.
Oh, yes. I'll get right to the point. Miss Underdown. We're both warm-blooded males. There's nothing wrong with a little healthy competition, right, Benny?
It's Bernard. I wonder if I could ask you a question?
The dining hall is past the cabins.
I was more interested in the ship's unwanted guest.
If he's not fleeing from one job, he's probably moving on to the next. Maybe his target's on board.
You think he's here to rob someone? Would he really go all the way to America just for that?
From what I've heard, he's prepared to do anything to get what he wants.
There's plenty of guests on board that would be the perfect target for him. Who's got the most to lose? Excuse me, miss.
Oh, you gave me an awful fright.
That's expected with Arsène Lupin on board. Allow me to introduce myself. Bernard d'Andrézy.
Lady Gerland, how do you do? A cryptic telegram comes through saying a blonde man wants to steal all our belongings, and we're supposed to remain calm.
I'm not exactly sure that's what the telegram implied.
Maybe that's because you don't have as much to lose. You mean besides how he spent his life as a criminal, stealing people's hard-earned money? I've never heard Father say one good thing about him.
From what I've heard, he doesn't care what people say about him, just that they're saying something at all.
And what does that say about him?
I told you to keep it to yourself.
But you know how gossip travels. It was always going to get out.
I wanted control, how and when. What are we going to do?
Post someone on the stairs guard in the storage room. And another guard in the crew quarters.
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Get to it then.
Excuse me, Miss Underdown?
The excited man with the camera.
That's me, Bernard Andrézy. But just Bernard is fine.
Just Bernard. What can I do for you? I'm traveling to see my father while he's on business with my dear friend, Lady Gerland.
I've actually just spoken to her on the deck. She has some strong opinions about Arsène Lupin.
I'm sure you won't be surprised to find I feel the same.
I'm hardly surprised with what newspapers say.
Is there a reason you're so preoccupied with my family?
I was just trying to... ignore me. That is what is called an overstep. I should take this moment of awkwardness as a sign. Although, I may still be able to redeem myself.
We're all on this ship to relax, and having him on board has changed everything.
Only if you let it.
I suppose you're right. Thank you. Now, I have a question for you. What brought you on this voyage across the Atlantic?
My work. I'm a photojournalist, or at least trying to be.
That would explain the camera.
It wasn't my initial plan. But if I could get a shot of Arsène Lupin, it would do wonders for my career.
Go on.
What would you say to you and I trying to find Lupin ourselves? An exciting notion, don't you think?
Exciting would be one word.
You don't want him to ruin your trip. And if we don't do something, who will?
I wouldn't usually be so easily persuaded. Where would we even start? What do we know about Arsène Lupin?
We don't know how he did it, but it shouldn't be too hard to spot. We should look for someone with an injured arm. He's a master of disguise, but we can only work with what information we have. We should look for someone with blonde hair. Imagine there are a number of guests on board with that initial. We should try and narrow the list down.
Very astute, Monsieur d'Andrézy. Bernard. Anyone would think this isn't your first investigation.
There are many things you still have to learn about me. Monsieur Rosen!
Really? The gentleman from the deck?
Arsène Lupin is known as a master of disguise.
Don't hold me in suspense.
Do you think you could keep Monsieur Rosen distracted while I search his cabin for evidence?
And what am I to say to him?
Just be your ever-enchanting self.
That I can do.
Huh?
one step closer to proving it.
Ooh. Heh.
There isn't time for mistakes. Come on, think. I think I'm getting the hang of this detective thing. If this doesn't impress Miss Underdown. I think I'm getting the hang of this detective thing. There isn't time for mistakes. If this doesn't impress Miss Underdown.
Huh?
So that's how the great Arsène Lupin was caught. By two amateur sleuths?
Are you questioning my storytelling?
No, it's just the newspaper reports didn't include anything of your claims.
Claims? It's the truth. The newspapers have never been worried with allowing the truth to get in the way of a good story. The good story I was just getting to.
I just think we'd benefit from hearing all sides of the story. At least about what Inspector Ganimard did when he boarded the ship. This is what I heard.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you to the United States of America. be a minor delay in the disembarking of the ship. A detective has come aboard to take over certain matters with an unwanted guest. Yes, I know what his name is, and it doesn't need to be repeated. Yes, they know it too. I ask for your cooperation. The faster he's found, the faster we can get you all on dry land. Thank you. This detective better know what he's doing.
It's Inspector. Today is the day. He is on board, and he's not getting away this time. One more failure, and the Commissaire General will have my badge. All right, showtime. I am Inspector Ganimard, and shall be addressed as such. Everyone is to remain on board until Lupin shows his face, and I have the coward in custody. I don't ask for much, but I'm asking now. Please, please, let me catch Arsène Lupin.
You've got him down to a T.
Inspector Ganimard, you mean?
It's like he's here in the room with us.
I've read enough about the frustrating years and near misses of pursuing his rival. It wasn't hard to find his voice.
He certainly wasn't going to let anyone get in the way of him catching his prey.
Captain, I'm sure you're eager to get Lupin off your ship.
Of course. And you're right. This is my ship.
You can save the speech. I don't want your ship. I just want Lupin.
We've narrowed it down to 2 suspects.
Saves me a job. Let's hope the captain keeps it up. I'm going to need to see inside their cabins.
Of course. Which cabin first?
Huh? Just some good old-fashioned police work. This old dog's still got some new tricks. If he wanted to hide his suspicious activities, he's not doing a very good job. Keeping track of passengers and destroying clothes, it all points towards Lupin. There's nothing more to see here. Take me to the other cabin. Uh-huh. Ah. Then that must mean... That would be obvious to anyone.
You mean how they run, or...?
Just tell me who will have the answers.
The porter's in the storage room. It's his job to know.
Oh. Who said I'm getting slow in my old age? There's a suspicious number of medical supplies here, and Lupin is nursing an injury. Plus, he had an appointment with you? I think he's been manipulating you.
I didn't know he had so many medical supplies in here. I mean, the meeting is just between two avid fishermen.
That's what Lupin wants him to think.
Is one of them our man?
I'm going to need to speak to them both.
Detective, I've been looking all over for you.
Inspector. Make it quick.
You can add theft to his list of crimes. He's taken my jewels.
Lupin. Oh.
Inspector, thank you for coming.
At your request, Miss...
Gerland, please, you must find my jewels. You can't really suspect me of anything.
It's my job to follow up on anything suspicious.
Suspicious? I was drafting a letter to a friend, and I wasn't happy with it. Is there a crime in that? Have you found them yet? This morning, I started packing my luggage, and when I went to the safe, they were gone. Gone!
Oh, if she shouts at me one more time.
I only left my cabin yesterday for dinner, then came straight back.
Who did you dine with?
My friend, Miss Underdown. She'll tell you I'm not lying. I'm not.
So, he took his chance while she was at dinner.
Please, Inspector. If my father finds out half of the family's collection has gone missing, and it's my fault, oh, just the thought of it.
Don't go far. Not as clever as you think, huh? You're Miss Underdown, friend of Gerland. I need to confirm some details.
Yes, anything I can do to help, Inspector? Yes, Bernard joined us too. He's another guest. He's been keeping me company. I was surprised Mr. Rosaine wasn't there at dinner, actually.
People are noticing. Looks like someone's getting sloppy with their execution. And after dinner, did you see Rosaine then?
No, Bernard and I were on the deck. I left him there to retire to bed. He wanted to get a photograph of something. I didn't see him either. On second thought, I don't think I've seen him the whole time we've been at sea.
Hide all you want. There's nowhere to run when surrounded by open water. Master thief? Pooh. You must be Roseanne.
About time.
Took the words out of my mouth. We need to talk.
Yes?
I've searched your cabin.
You've done what?
I've started my investigation. And right now, you're my prime suspect.
The telegram. I wanted to make sure what we were told is actually what it said.
I didn't think that was for guests' eyes.
I can be persuasive when I need to be, or at least my wallet can. But it was a waste of time. It was all correct. Like I told everyone, I am not Lupin.
That settles it then. Your innocence is proved.
I presume you mean my investigation into Arsène Lupin's identity? I had to do something. I couldn't let everyone carry on thinking I am him. There's a simple explanation. They were covered in hair dye and were stinking out the cabin. Good enough for you?
It would explain the strange smell on him now. Although, that's not dye.
You noticed?
As Arsène Lupin strikes, you're nowhere to be seen?
It wasn't really my choice. The captain made that decision for me. He got it into his head I was Arsène Lupin, and locked me up.
What proof did he have?
None, and that's why I'm free. What proof do you have?
No further questions.
Oh, part of me feels sorry for the inspector. He really had his work cut out for him.
What about Monsieur Rosen? He was the one being accused again.
And Mr. Rosen was the obvious suspect. The inspector obviously thought similarly.
Speak to the captain. Maybe he can explain what was going through his head.
Why am I not surprised the captain left something else out? Looks like we're going to have words.
Inspector. I was given evidence that proved it. Well, suggested it.
Where is this evidence?
I think it might still be in the crew quarters. It's called first class. I believe Miss Underdown is still with her male companion in the tea room. I presume the sobbing from the cabin is Miss Gerland, and Mr. Rosen is on deck.
Your crew? And a certain major?
My first mate is in the crew quarters, and a porter is working in the storage room. Ah, yes, you mean Major Rawson. He's actually been in the infirmary with sickness since our first day at sea.
Oh, nice of him to tell me now. Oh, when will this incompetence end? What is that god-awful smell? It smells like...
Death. Oh, and lucky me gets to clean the trail all the way to the cabins.
Oh, there'll be people jumping overboard.
I'll be the first.
Ah. I'm hot on your heels now. Master Thief? Poof. I need to ask you a few questions.
Go on. I wouldn't say suspicious. He was just one of the crew. I hadn't seen him before.
Arsène Lupin is on board, and you didn't think it could have been him in disguise?
If it was him, he didn't seem like a bad guy. Quite polite, actually.
Not a bad guy. When will people realize he's just a criminal who speaks like a gentleman?
With your build,
Just answer the question.
you could if you wanted, but I wouldn't recommend it. I've only just fixed this one.
So, it could be done. The question is, has it?
There was no relaxing for him on board.
Inspector Ganimard or Arsène Lupin?
Both, it would seem.
Both living up to their names, just in different capacities.
I presume Inspector Ganimard wasn't having as much fun, though.
I need to ask you some questions.
Of course, Inspector. Nothing. Wish I had, though. We could do without reward money.
Not bothered about stopping a notorious criminal?
And that too.
Oh. Oh. Huh. Huh?
How can I help? Watch. I don't know what you're talking about. I've been saying that to the captain for ages.
And he hasn't provided one?
He's as stingy as he is stupid.
He's obviously thought about it for some time.
On my wage? Not likely.
He's disgruntled about his wage. Maybe he stole it to sell on.
Okay. Mine's a mess. Just give me a second to tidy it up.
Oh, that won't be necessary. Unless there's something you don't want me to see.
I need to explain.
Bingo.
I didn't steal it, I swear. A guest, Bernard, gave it to me, and when I found out it was the captain's, I panicked and I hid it. I was going to return it.
Looks like young Bernard has some explaining to do.
Inspector. The guests have one key to use during their stay, and I have the master key. Although...
What now?
Well, it's gone missing. I've got everyone looking for it. My first mate says he gave it to me. I don't know why he'd lie to my face. Check the key log if you don't believe me.
So the captain is too incompetent to even hold on to a key. Maybe the vents aren't how Lupin's been sneaking around. Huh? I need to confirm some details about your movements.
The great Inspector Ganimard.
Do we know each other?
I'm Bernard, just a fan. I followed your career for years.
Right.
But let me see. I spoke with some of the other guests about Monsieur Lupin, then dined with Miss Nellie and her friend. After dinner, Lady Gerland left, and Miss Nellie and I spent some time together on the deck.
I hear you consider yourself a bit of a Gustave Le Gray.
We may be in the open ocean, but there is beauty all around us. You must just look for it, Inspector.
I've got a pretty good idea what beauty he's seeing, and it's nothing to do with the open water.
The one I gave to the first mate?
So, you admit it?
I admit that I gave it to him to add to the lost property. Is something the matter?
Something will be when I get my hands on that first mate. Huh?
Oh.
How can I help? Look, I put my hands up. I lost the storage key, so I signed out the master key.
And then you lost that as well?
No. Captain asked for the master key. I gave it to him. The end. Now he's trying to say I didn't.
It's a case of he said, she said. All I know is someone's lying.
Yes? Besides my honor, dignity?
I meant more like a diary.
My pocketbook. Where did you find it? You found it by chance, didn't you? Great police work, detective.
It's Inspector. Not as clever as you think, huh? That would be obvious to anyone. No wonder he's always 2 steps ahead. There's that must be.
Yes? That's ridiculous. It was the night before I was arrested, not last night.
But you said the captain had you locked up. Why didn't you correct me?
I thought you would have known. Lupin mugged me in broad daylight yesterday. I was found unconscious in the storage room.
Yet another time where I'm a puzzle piece short because people refuse to cooperate. I need to review the facts.
No, it all happened so fast. But I would look at Bernard. From my own investigation, tracking, I've never seen him go to a cabin. I'd bet money that he's Lupin.
If that's true, I might have my prize yet. I should check the guest information. Who said I'm getting slow in my old age? Just some good old-fashioned police work. I'm hot on your heels now. This old dog's still got some new tricks. I'm hot on your heels now. Just some good old-fashioned police work. Then that must mean... that would be obvious to anyone. This old dog's still got some new tricks.
Have you found them yet? had the only key with me at all times. Father told me to keep it close.
Good advice.
He also said to write down the safe combination so I wouldn't forget it. Fat lot of use that did. Now who's shouting?
You told me you only left your cabin once. I want the truth. Who were you meeting?
It wasn't that thief, I promise. I met with a man after dinner last night. No one can know that I'm courting a commoner.
As if I care about her love life. What I do care about is another window of opportunity. Master thief? Pooh. Who said I'm getting slow in my old age? It's time. I want everyone gathered on the deck. Miss, if you don't mind.
I'm escorting Miss Nelly. As much as we've enjoyed the excitement of the voyage, we should be going.
No more. You are Arsène Lupin, and you are coming with me.
Lupin? Here? Where?
He can deny his identity all he wants. I've got the evidence to see him locked up for the rest of his days.
I didn't think I would be arrested for trying to help an inspector.
You were helping no one but yourself, with Roseanne as an easy target.
Pardon?
But the kicker was the camera roll. How could you have gotten into his cabin to take the photographs?
It was the captain's?
You can stop the amateur dramatics. You gave it to the only first mate in history stupid enough to leave his captain's stolen watch in his own locker.
Oh, really? He was trying to set me up.
I was trying to help you. If you thought about anything besides money for just a second.
That's rich.
Have they been recovered?
I'll find them, don't you worry. I know when you took your opportunity. After I finally got the truth out of her.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. The inspector's just annoyed that he had to do some actual police work.
And there he is. Keep calm. There's no reason to lose your head now. Quick, say something smart. Arsène Lupin? Let's take a walk. Nailed it.
You are a fool, Lupin exclaimed. Arsène Lupin sailed under the name of Yes, another of your tricks. A false scent that deceived them at Havre. You play a good game, my boy, but this time luck is against you, the inspector barked. His arms were brought behind his back, and with a clink of iron, the once elusive and master thief Arsène Lupin was marched from the ship with a rather pleased Inspector Ganimard following close behind. And that's how Inspector Ganimard finally caught his white whale.
For starters, the inspector might consider himself a behemoth of a man, but he certainly didn't lord over me like that. Just the thought of such an image makes my hair stand on end.
But it was you the whole time? Disguised as d'Andrézy?
I can't say that was the case for the whole voyage. Where would the fun in that have been?
You were disguised as someone else? But oh, my head is spinning.
You wanted to hear the events aboard La Provence? Well, here is my truth. Let's pick up where Bernard left off.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You may have heard rumors around the ship about an unwanted guest. I can assure you there is nothing to worry about, and the matter is all in hand. Not that there is a matter to be in hand. Thank you. How's that? You think they believe me? The light? Yes, it's still on. It's what? It's what?
The captain obviously received my camera roll and note.
Bernard, did you hear that?
Sorry? Oh, yes, I suppose you don't really know anyone. I just had a feeling about Monsieur Rosen.
I wouldn't have suspected a thing without Bernard here. You were right. The whole thing was exciting.
Without your skills of distractions, I would not have been able to search his cabin and learn the truth.
I'll just go and sit alone with my jewellery now we know it's safe. I'm obviously just getting in the way.
There's no need for that. Please, just wait.
A little over the top, if you ask me. Although, the mention of her jewels is rather tantalizing. This may require further investigation.
May I ask, why target her?
You must have forgotten her previous insult.
To you?
To Bernard. Maybe that's because you don't have as much to lose.
And that justifies stealing from her?
Rudeness is the weak's imitation of strength. How else was she to learn some manners?
You didn't have to stomp off like that.
I thought you were going to help me instead of gallivanting around with that man.
I said I would, and I will. Do you have your note ready? And you've agreed to meet?
I've made it clear that I must see him urgently.
Very well. Stay here in your cabin. I'll make sure it reaches him.
A secret meeting. A romance, perhaps? She's mentioned a hymn. I need to find out whose hands that note intends on reaching.
Bernard?
Oh, I was just coming to check everything was okay.
It's fine, really. She's just feeling a little under the weather. I spoke with the nurse on board, but they're running low on medicine.
A ship this size with no medical supplies? Does she need them urgently?
I'm sure she'll survive. It sounds like Major Rawson was hell-bent on using everything for his seasickness.
I wonder if Major Rawson has any medical supplies left in his cabin.
She's asked for some space, so I'm going to take the opportunity to relax in the tea room.
Oh.
Okay, I'll keep this short. Mr. Rosaine has been detained until further notice. Let's keep this to ourselves for now.
You caught him? You've got Arsène Lupin locked up.
Keeping it to ourselves means not talking about it. Got it?
Do you have a moment?
What can I do for you? I've had it for weeks. I think it's getting worse.
A doctor would supply you the necessary medicine.
Do I look like I've got 1,000 francs to hand over to a doctor? Just grin and bear it.
Coughing in guests' faces is hardly grinning and bearing. For anyone.
While standing outside in the fresh sea air.
In the cabins, I mean. I'm just curious.
One of the weirder requests. I don't know everything, but I'm fairly sure each cabin is only connected to one other cabin.
If I can find a layout of the ship, I might be able to work it out myself. Aha.
Bernard, what a pleasant surprise. When I heard Arsène Lupin was on board, I was annoyed. but searching for him was as exciting as you said it would be.
Ah, I was thinking more about getting to know her.
Likely looking after my friend. She's still not 100%.
Getting Miss Nellie alone may be harder than I expected.
If my friend is going to be in her cabin, and I'm going to need to eat at some point, why not?
Not the most convincing answer. I'm going to have to pull out all the stops to impress her. Ah. Oh. 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 Hey. Um... Huh.
Uh-huh.
Huh?
Bernard, what a pleasant surprise. Medicine? But I thought the infirmary was empty.
I'm more than just a handsome hat stand. I think that's the saying.
I should get these to my friend. Thank you, Bernard.
Oh.
Hello again. You'd need a valid reason, and you'd have to be let in, but for a price...
It's not that important.
Not the best time, anyway. There's a lot of boxes stacked in there. An accident waiting to happen.
I need to find a way past the first mate without emptying my wallet.
Yes? Have you got something to send?
More something to find. I wrote the wrong cabin number on the envelope. If you point me in the right direction, I could...
Afraid not. Once they're collected from the tea room, they get sorted in the storage room. Crew only.
Of course it is. One of the few areas under a watchful eye. It's never stopped me before. Aha. Oh. Maybe I should just hang up my boots altogether.
I'm starting to see a different side of Arsène Lupin.
One fish, and all sins are forgiven? I wish I'd known sooner.
Perhaps not then.
Hello again. Pardon me?
The captain's challenge, over there. The fish is on the line, ready to be reeled in.
Oh, I get you.
Ah. Hey. Oh. Huh?
Hello again. It snapped the line, and now I've got no prize money. The captain's furious at me for wasting his time.
Blame me all you want. A child could have reeled in a plastic fish on a line.
I suppose I'll just have to wait for that medicine.
He certainly knows how to work the sympathy card.
I could buy the whole chemist. Thank you again. You're a lifesaver.
My work here is done.
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening's dinner service will begin shortly in the dining hall. About time, I'm starving.
Hey.
I'm sorry, Bernard. I've been rambling on about my aunt's rose garden since dessert.
And I've enjoyed listening. You seem far more relaxed. Are you feeling better about the unwanted guest?
Thanks to you, I had barely remembered. Although it is strange he still hasn't been found. Maybe he's you. Or you're him.
You really think I could be that good of an actor?
Who knows? Maybe that's not even a real camera, and it's full of money and jewels.
Wouldn't that be something? I'm afraid it's just camera film in here. And what a fitting time to prove it.
I feel like I could talk to you about anything.
I'm no stranger to hiding my identity. But with her, I want to leave no secrets.
I want to say something first. It's just thank you. Had you not introduced yourself, this would have been an incredibly dull and lonely voyage.
With Arsène Lupin on board, it was never going to be dull.
In a strange way, he brought us together. I should get my beauty sleep. Find me tomorrow. I have something to tell you. Thank you again for a lovely evening, Bernard.
It seems like you two were growing quite close.
You sound surprised?
I suppose I hadn't expected you to be so open with her, considering her opinion on the real Arsène Lupin.
You're forgetting how long the journey was. We found ourselves together almost every minute of the day.
Except for when you were otherwise preoccupied.
My watch! He's stolen my... oh, excuse me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. An urgent message. Arsène Lupin and his grubby fingers has stolen my watch. Be on extra alert. And if you're listening, Mr. Lupin, just return it, okay?
Grubby fingers. I will let that slide. I already have what I needed from him. Monsieur Rosen, you don't look so...
No, I bet I don't. And neither would you if you've been through what I have.
You're hysterical. You should really try and calm down.
Calm down? You try being locked up and see how calm you are. It was the captain. Someone's got it out for me and convinced him that I was Lupin.
You don't strike me as the type of man capable of such daring feats like Arsène Lupin. He should consider himself lucky that someone even included him in the same sentence.
I'm sure it was a real task, keeping Miss Underdown company. That's all cleared up now.
It's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's very common.
I'm not embarrassed. I've thrown it all away, now, anyway. And keep it to yourself.
If I had my way, there would be a poster, front and center on the notice board. Of course! You have my word.
You don't think Monsieur Rosen had been through enough already?
It was all in good fun. I wasn't actually going to post it on the notice board.
And I'm glad you didn't.
Don't act like he didn't deserve at least some of it, exactly. Now, where was I?
Excuse me, Mr. Dorsey. What are you doing giving me the captain's watch?
I'm sorry. I had no idea. I was only trying to help.
Keep your help to yourself next time. Don't know how I'm gonna get myself out of this one.
You could blame it on Arsène Lupin. No doubt it was him that stole it in the first place.
Maybe. Yes, I think that could work.
I can't have Bernard being suspected. Arsène Lupin, on the other hand, what's another theft? Oh.
What can I do for you? I'm sorry. I think I was just caught up in the moment last night. Please, just ignore me.
I can spot a lie a mile away. Whatever it is must be weighing heavy on her. There must be something I can do to cheer her up. Huh.
Ah. Roses. Very romantic.
She may have mentioned them in passing.
And of course, you were astute enough to pick up on that.
I just wanted to show her. Never mind that. There were more important things that required my attention. Oh. Oh.
What do you want now? Oh, you bet I have. 10,000 francs.
That's a lot of money. You're not worried he'll just steal it from your cabin?
You think I'm that stupid? I'm not letting it out of my sight. If he wants it, he's going to have to prize it from my breathless body.
An interesting challenge.
What can I do for you? Bernard, it's beautiful.
I hoped it would remind you of your aunt's.
My aunt's rose garden. You remembered. I don't think I've ever met a man like you before, which is why I feel so guilty lying. My friend, she has no health concerns. She has some personal issues with someone on board.
With a guest?
Not a guest. I've already said too much.
Not a guest, meaning the crew? If I'm going to find out who sent that letter, I need to find its reply first. To the crew quarters.
I'm afraid this is for crew members only.
If I'm to get past the porter, I'll need to find a way to blend in.
She's a guest. I'm sorry, I don't know who you mean. Yes? Password? Open sesame? Very funny. You heard what the captain said this morning. With that guest cleared, Lupin is still roaming the ship, and he's tightened security. So, I just remembered I've got somewhere to be.
I hadn't expected the captain to be so vigilant. I suppose I'd better find that password.
What can I do for you? No chance. Captain would have my stripes if he found out. I'm listening.
What if I sweeten the deal?
You got yourself a deal.
Now I just need to get the money.
Come now. I thought you were going to tell the truth.
every word that has left my lips.
I didn't think Monsieur Rosen was the sharpest knife in the drawer, but...
Accidents happen when one is not careful. Mr. Rosen learned that the hard way. Huh.
What can I do for you? And here's your password. Solas.
Solas?
Safety of life at sea, remember?
Ah, yes. Anyway, places to be. Yes? Password? Solas. Go ahead.
Huh? Ah. Oh. Hey.
Yes? Password? Solas. Go ahead.
What can I do for you? Not happening. The captain will have my head if I lose this.
Worth a shot.
Ah.
Yes? Password? Solas. Go ahead.
Aha. Oh.
Yes? Password? Solas. Go ahead.
Hello again. The name rings a bell, but we have so many guests coming through. Sorry.
Oh.
Thank you, but I'm fine. I'll be sure to call when I require some assistance. Sorry, have we met before?
I don't think so, miss.
My mistake. There's just something about your eyes.
I need to be careful while disguised. If she were to recognize me, or at least Bernard, the gig would be up. Huh? Aha. Oh.
What can I do for you? Honestly, if I want to keep my job, I should keep my opinions to myself.
He can't be that bad.
You try working under him for as long as I have. He may look and act a part in front of the guests, but he's anything but a captain.
Yes? Password? Solas. Go ahead.
Oh.
There you are.
Captain? I've got it right here. Where do you need to go?
Are you worried about it going missing, like the storage key?
I told you I don't know what happened. 1 minute I had it.
And the next I'm having to find you, just be able to get around the ship.
That should be enough to stop him asking any more questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, this evening's dinner service will begin shortly in the dining hall. I hope Cedric's got some better desserts for tonight.
One more fantastic meal like that, and it's my waistline I will need to worry about, not Arsène Lupin.
Speaking of, did you notice Mr. Rosaine wasn't at dinner again? And how odd for my friend to disappear so quickly after dessert.
Time must have slipped away from him. Think nothing more of it. It certainly hasn't ruined my evening.
Nor mine. It really has been another wonderful evening. Before I retire for the night, I wanted to ask you about your cousin you mentioned.
You told her about him? Playing with fire, if you ask me.
It just slipped out. I didn't mention his name.
Good thing you didn't, or the gig would have been up.
If I were going to reveal my true identity, it wouldn't have been like that.
You must have been devastated. It sounds like you two were close.
I like to think that part of me is keeping his memory alive.
Do you have any other family? I'm sorry to hear that.
It's fine. I've spent most of my life alone. I thought that's how it would always be.
That's what you want?
Once, but now, I'm not so sure.
It's getting late, Bernard. I'll see you in the morning.
You will. I think I'll work the deck for a while still. Perhaps some inspiration for a photograph will surprise me. Good night. Ah. Huh? Huh. Hey. Oh. Oh. Ah. Huh. Oh. Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you to the United States of America. There will be a minor delay in the disembarking of the ship. A detective has come aboard to take over certain matters with an unwanted guest. Yes, I know what his name is, and it doesn't need to be repeated. Yes, they know it too. I ask for your cooperation. The faster he's found, the faster we can get you all on dry land. Thank you. This detective better know what he's doing.
I'm worried for the people of America that are going to have to deal with him now. I wish we'd caught the right man.
The inspector has to do some work. Lupin will no doubt do what he does and move on. I've rarely heard of him staying in one place for too long.
And you? What's your plan now? The world is your oyster, as they say.
I didn't expect saying goodbye to be so hard. There's still one more thing I require her help with, if I even dare ask. I know it's typically the man that carries the luggage. It's just my camera.
Do you need a hand, Bernard? Of course, I'll take it. Here.
I wouldn't normally ask.
Honestly, Bernard, it's no problem at all.
She's oblivious to what riches the camera contains, meaning there is no reason for attention to be drawn to it. The home straight.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests aboarding. Yeah. Yes, all right. At least let me say good afternoon. I have an important announcement. A message from... Hey, what are you... Give me that. That's mine.
I want everyone on the deck, and...
Give it here. Inspector Ganimard would like all guests to convene on the deck. He has something he'd like to... No! This is my ship.
Arsène Lupin, the fat lady is singing, and you are mine.
That's when Ganimard caught up with you?
Others would have been embarrassed at the public display of guilt.
Not you?
I let him have his moment in the spotlight. Judging by your version of the arrest, he remembered it very differently.
I feel there is a but.
But it was Miss Nelly's response that hit home the most.
Miss, if you don't mind?
I'm escorting Miss Nelly. As much as we've enjoyed the excitement of the voyage, we should be going.
No more. You are Arsène Lupin, and you are coming with me.
Lupin? Here? Where?
Arsène Lupin, let's take a walk.
Bernard, are the inspector's claims true? No excuses. You're nothing but a thief and a swindler.
Looks like nothing's going right for you today. Oh, yes, of course. Don't mind me.
Most amiable. I wanted...
I was joking. Get moving.
It was worth a try.
Where are my jewels? Tell us now.
You might as well hand them over. I know you always keep them close.
And allow you to find them on me? Inspector, please.
I have one more thing to ask.
Make it quick. Loverboy and I have a date at the station.
When you asked for my help, was that as Bernard d'Andrécy or Arsène Lupin?
It was the real me.
Satisfied? Right. No more distractions. Arsène Lupin, you're under arrest.
It occurred to me that she would not dare expose me publicly, but she might do so when she reached a more private place. However, when she had passed only a few feet down the gangway, with a movement of simulated awkwardness, she let the camera fall into the water between the vessel and the pier. Then she walked down the gangway and was quickly lost to sight in the crowd. She had passed out of my life forever.
The camera? The jewelry? They're not still down there, are they?
After everything you've just heard, that's your first question?
Oh, I have 100 questions for you. But that seemed the most fitting. Being why you were on board in the first place.
If that's what you believe, what's important is where I ended up. La Santé prison.
It wasn't necessarily all doom and gloom for you, though.
One must keep themselves amused somehow.
I'm not so sure Inspector Ganimard found it as amusing.
If he had a sense of humor, he might have. I'm quite happy to let you take the reins on this one. Anything too exaggerated, and I'll be sure to correct you.
I am sorry that I cannot offer you anything better than this hard stool and no refreshments. Of course, you will excuse me, as I am here only temporarily, Lupin mockingly quipped. The Cahorn affair, declared Ganimard, impatient of Lupin's games. You see, I have had so many affairs. Ah yes, Baron Cahorn, Chateau de Malaquis, he retorted as if recalling an entertaining story.
Excuse me! Inspector Ganimard? Allow me to introduce myself.
Baron Cahorn, I know who you are.
I have found myself in an awful predicament.
Is it urgent? I'm here to relax and fish.
Urgent? Well, very. It's Arsène Lupin. He is coming for my riches. Fake? I've already had it authenticated, and it's him. I'll pay you.
He's behind the walls of La Santé, doing nothing but counting. Pay me?
3,000 francs. You've caught him once, it should be easy a second time, huh?
I could afford that new fishing rod. And a new pair of binoculars.
you'll be able to buy whatever you want, including a new wardrobe, judging by that coat. So, do we have a deal?
What was the neighbor saying about those fancy new machine carpet cleaners?
A vacuum cleaner? Are you even listening?
I'll do it. And don't mention my coat again.
I presumed you'd have had something to say there. I thought maybe I'd heard the story incorrectly.
You're doing a splendid job.
I suppose I didn't expect the inspector to bargain for his services. Without that offer, I don't think he would have helped.
Everyone has a prize.
Thank goodness you are here. Where are all your officers? I was expecting half of the force.
This is too important for just simple officers. I brought my 2 best men. They're all we need.
As long as you stop him. I'm not paying you to chat. The mail carrier, of course. It's him, isn't it? He's been fooling me for years. How many times have I stood and spoken with him?
Please! Let's just take it down a notch or 2.
How am I meant to do that when my most prized possessions are at risk?
I think you need a moment to yourself.
I have what is required, my servant, whom I trust with everything, my maid, who is still learning, but she is making progress.
And that's it? For the whole castle?
I have had others previously, but they didn't work out for one reason or another. As I said, Inspector, the strict minimum.
Oh. I'm putting my trust in you tonight. You know what that means?
Yeah?
Yeah? It means no screwing up. Miss, I need to ask you some questions.
Of course. You must have heard about the ghost. Rumors, at least.
What sort of rumors?
Apparently, a young girl was killed and her spirit wanders the gallery whistling. I didn't believe it till I heard it for myself.
A young girl? Spirit? Whistling? Good thing I don't believe in ghosts. You must be the Baron's servant.
I am part of the house staff. I started with Baron Cohorn and...
I don't need your life story, just answers.
I have heard my fair share of stories about him. But Chateau de Malaquis is something different altogether.
If you think some rocks are going to stop him,
Those rocks have kept unwanted visitors out since the house was first built. And for Arsène Lupin, it will be no different. That side of the gallery houses Baron Cohorn's finest pieces.
So, I should probably check that area.
I can assure you, all possible entrances and exits have been sealed and secured to the most professional level.
Don't say I didn't try. Huh? Well?
What have you found?
Please! Let's just take it down a notch or two. Uh-huh. Huh?
protocol. Baron Cohorn likes to believe spending money on modern technology will protect him.
Technology? Like, science stuff?
The alarm system on the door. I've never heard it go off once in all my time here. I'm not even sure that it works.
Miss, I need to ask you some questions.
Of course. It's not my job to deal with that. I'm just the maid.
But have you heard it working before?
When it was first installed, we're not easy to reach here. Not much of a chance for it to go off.
Not as clever as you think, huh?
So Inspector Ganimard had checked all the possible entrance points.
He must have been pretty confident that I wasn't going to get anywhere near the castle.
Had it been anyone else, I would have tended to agree.
I'll take that as a compliment.
There's a lot of talking going on, not much securing. Then what are you waiting for? Get on with it, man!
Really? Right, here's the plan. You and I stay here by the well. If he tries to come in this way, we'll catch him red-handed.
That is all well and good, but what about the gallery?
That's what the guards are for. I'll station them in the best spots. We get your stuff out of the way, and we'll be ready.
And you trust them? I don't know how I feel about having a couple of thugs in there.
Thugs? You'd best not let them hear you say that. Get some sleep. It's going to be a long night.
Very cozy.
They were only there to stop you.
I know, but I don't think cuddling up for a comfortable night together was necessary.
Well, according to the reports, it wasn't to be a comfortable or peaceful night as hoped.
What was that?
Is it the ghost?
Don't make silly jokes. Of course it was not a ghost.
Oh, of course. Maybe just my snoring, then.
Not at all. Listen.
It's very improbable that Lupin would use an automobile like a battering ram to demolish your castle.
Improbable, but not impossible.
Back to sleep, Baron. Morning, Baron. Sleep well?
What do you think? With Lupin coming for my art?
Looks like you had all that worry for nothing.
Only when I know for sure, then I will feel better. Well, what have you found? Everything is still there. My paintings, they are safe?
I've still got the gallery to check, but I'm...
Then what are you waiting for? Get on with it, man! Oh, mon Dieu! You were meant to stop this from happening!
There will be a logical reasoning.
I have no time for your excuses. How are you going to recover my stolen possessions?
Oh, look at them, sleeping soundly. Get up, now!
I know the inspector said he needed men he could trust, but what does that say about his force if he had to bring them instead?
Do you think that would have made any difference?
I suppose not, but I can understand the Baron's frustration.
Do what you must. I want him caught. Besides your snoring, the car horn in the early hours, that's all.
And as I told you last night, it was nothing.
That doesn't mean I did not hear it. This isn't a joke.
It's called common sense. Use it. Then that must mean... it's going to be a long day. Master Thief? Pooh. I'm hot on your heels now.
Oh, my head. What happened?
I was hoping you'd be able to explain that, seeing as you were meant to be on watch.
C'est pas possible. And these are your best men?
Did we catch him?
You must have just missed him. But don't beat yourselves up.
Really?
Really? No! Now, get up.
Huh?
Not as clever as you think, huh?
Well, what have you found?
I'm sorry, but you can't expect me to believe that you moved the entire skeleton?
Where would the fun be in only removing part of it?
Is this going to be an entirely exaggerated version of...
Allow me to finish. all will become clear.
Care to explain yourself?
I don't know what to say.
You'd better think of something.
It makes no sense.
Why don't you try?
I was guarding the room, and next thing I know, you're standing over me and the place has been ransacked. Saw nothing, but heard everything.
You heard the gallery being robbed, and you did nothing?
No, the ghost. The maid told me it was just a rumor, but it's real. I heard the whistling coming from somewhere near the staircase.
You there! What happened?
Isn't it obvious? He pulled it off. I did what I was told and watched the gallery.
Until you fell asleep.
Look, I couldn't see a thing. It was so dark. I could barely even pour myself a drink of water from the jug without spilling it.
Ah. Oh. Uh-huh. Just some good old-fashioned police work. Who said I'm getting slow in my old age?
Do what you must. I want him caught. I don't know what I'd have done if he'd taken that as well.
And the reason he left it, I think it's a fake.
You would say that. You know nothing about art. Here, the original receipt. What is that?
How does he do it? Carry on like this, and they'll have your badge. It's called common sense. Use it. That would be obvious to anyone. This old dog's still got some new tricks. No wonder he's always 2 steps ahead. How does he do it? Get your head in the game. Then that must mean... Who said I'm getting slow in my old age? Well, my work here is done.
You mean you can get my art back? Oh, Inspector, thank you.
Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves. At this stage, I know how he did it, but there's one more thing.
Oh, no. What now?
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but your Watteau tapestry, it's a fake.
I have already told you that is not true. I showed you the receipt, for goodness sake.
The seller, Mr. Percy. It was Lupin all along. And you really think he sold you an original? I know him. Don't believe me? Take a look. Huh?
Inspector Ganimard was once again to wear the face of a fool, tricked by his adversary from behind secured walls of concrete. How many more times could his reputation be tarnished at the hands of Arsène Lupin? Not one word about me. My name remains out of the report, and I'll make sure it's all returned. You have my word, commanded Inspector Ganimard. What was he even trying to prove?
He was too focused on proving himself right that I wouldn't fool him again.
That may be so, but did a piece of beautiful art have to be destroyed in the process?
Keep up, my friend. It was a forgery.
So, Inspector Ganimard was right in the first place.
In which case, he should have trusted his instincts. You've only heard a snapshot of the whole story. Let me take us back to when I received my first visitor, in la santé. My dear Ganimard, here.
You're going to talk, and I want the truth.
I've always said, Ganimard is our best detective. He knows exactly what...
Enough.
You know exactly how to rile the inspector up.
You learn a few things about a man when he's been chasing you for so long. The inspector needed to understand it for himself, not be spoon-fed the answers.
It seems more like you were purposely trying to provoke him.
Seeing the inspector in a fury was just an added bonus. I sent many letters to many recipients, but it was noticeably rude not to receive a reply from him.
You want to be his pen pal and steal from him?
Steal from him? Please, I've not left my cell. What is it you really want to know? Baron Caron, sir.
You can't just leave it there.
Was I meant to have brought something?
You must be the new hire. What is it? And now you have. You can return to your duties.
I was hardly expecting to be welcomed with open arms, but manners don't cost a thing.
I don't have time for this. I'll be upstairs in my bedchamber.
That was easier than I thought. Now, to see what delights the Baron's gallery holds. Aha. Hey.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Huh? Um... Ah. Huh. Oh. Aha. Oh. Oh.
Uh-huh. Ah.
Heh. Huh. Huh? Oh. Um. Ah. Hmm. Really? You think so? Huh? Heh. Huh. Oh. Oh. Um. Aha. Oh. Ah. Hmm. Um. Oh. Oh. Aha. Huh. Hmm. Um... Oh. Heh. Huh? Ah.
Huh?
Oh. Aha. Oh. Um... Hmm. Ah. Heh. Huh? Oh.
Huh?
Huh. Uh-huh. Oh. Hey. Oh. Hmm. Oh. Huh? Ah. Oh. Huh. Hey. Uh-huh.
So that's how you knew about the Baron's art collection. I'll just get my pocketbook and you can run me through all the details again.
A compliment from the omnipotent Inspector Ganimard. I feel privileged.
Compliment?
You obviously think I look young enough to have been born yesterday, if you think I'm going to let you document it all down.
And don't you forget it. Now you've covered that, I've another question.
Baron Cahorn has decided to take a walk into town. Yes, it's unusual, but I think the recent stresses are getting to be too much for him.
The ghost, you mean?
Amongst other things. By the time he's back, I want this place sparkling.
While the Baron's away, Lupin shall play. Let's see what waits for me in his bedroom. Hello, miss.
You must be new. Do you need some help? This is my first full-time living job. It's not exactly what I thought it'd be, but it's better to be here, employed, than not.
It's hardly the most convincing endorsement to work for the Baron, but Employee of the Month is not what I'm here for.
He's a very wealthy man and he likes to remind us. He would never bring himself to own something he calls lower class. Do you like chocolate?
Of course.
It's on the list. I don't understand it, but what he says goes. We have little downtime. Baron Cahorn is very demanding. But if you can keep a secret, I'm meeting a suitor tonight.
I love it when romance fills the air.
I wanted to make it special. He suggested a bottle of wine, but I don't know how I'd get one.
If this is the only fun she'll have for some time, let's make it memorable. Huh? I'm new and was wondering if...
Wander elsewhere. I'm working.
I can tell already. We're going to be great friends.
Fine. What is it? I can tell you that he's to be addressed as Baron Cahorn.
Baron Cahorn. Check. Anything else I should know?
He's a very private man. You are to speak to no one about his affairs. Also, he's forgetful. You'll need to remember everything. Birthdays, meetings, passwords.
Birthdays I'm not so good with, but passwords, now we're talking.
Correct. Every piece is priceless and irreplaceable. You are not to touch anything.
Priceless, you say? I'll be the judge of that.
Another one with a fantasized mystery of the castle. It was nothing more than a table to keep the children in line.
There's usually no smoke without fire.
The maid is very impressionable. She doesn't need to hear any of your theories. Keep the smoke and fire to yourself.
How can he expect me not to speak to her after implying such an alluring response?
How can I help you? What do you mean, strange? If anything, this castle is too quiet.
Could have sworn I heard whistling coming from somewhere.
Whistling? You think the castle's haunted? They never said anything about ghosts.
The servant wasn't wrong. I wasn't expecting her to be startled so easily, though. And just like that, I'm one step closer. Oh. Huh. Oh. Huh? Oh. Ah.
Is there something you need? Oh, I'm going to have to help you with everything, aren't I? Baron Cahoran uses it to have his food service delivered to his room.
Say I was wanting to send something else up.
It's fine. It's not exclusively for food. Leave a note with the correct code and I'll make sure it's delivered. Just no funny business.
A stroke of luck. A code is all I need to get whatever I need into the Baron's bedroom, whether he requested it or not. Aha. Hey. Aha. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Huh.
How can I help you? A bottle of wine? I don't know how to thank you. You've already done so much for me.
I can see what's coming, and she may make for a valuable ally. If you keep our conversations between us, I will do whatever you need. Within reason.
I meant to be watching the dumb waiter, but I'm already late. Could you look after his closet key too? Just in case he demands anything. I should get going. Thanks again.
That was an unexpected win. Yeah.
Sir, you're back from your walk sooner than I expected. Baron Cahorn, my apologies.
Do not apologize. No one likes an apple polisher.
Of course. What can I do for you?
It's a simple question with a simple answer.
I hope I haven't annoyed you in any way.
I don't have time to be standing around, making sure his feelings aren't hurt. If he doesn't believe I'm the real Baron Cahorn after that performance, I might as well hang up my hat.
I'm sorry for all the questions and delay. I know you're a busy man. Here's the combination.
And just like that, I'm one step closer.
I don't think I'd even be able to recognize you with that performance.
I must admit, disguising as the Baron was up there with the best. I couldn't do it forever, though. It's hard being that frustrated and annoyed all the time. Huh? What's that look for? Surprised I did a nice thing?
Not so much surprised, although it wasn't entirely selfless, was it?
Is anything really selfless?
You don't make things easy for yourself, do you? Picking a target that rarely leaves the house.
The greater the challenge, the sweeter the reward. Like how you must have felt when you arrested me.
Fine, but I have one last question for you.
Purring like a walrus. Time to do some heavy lifting. We are making record time. Let's keep it up.
No sign of the Baron?
Sleeping like a baby. Before I forget, I'll be telling the boss what a good job you did yesterday.
I thought you were going to knock my block off. You don't think the Baron suspected anything?
Not a chance.
The guards? They were your men?
I prefer to call them colleagues, but yes, I had to have men I trusted on site in case anything went awry.
When the inspector, or whoever he was, found them, they were sleeping.
Sleeping off a hard night's work. The greatest wisdom is seeing through appearances.
Ready to go. Just let me know what's next.
Let's get the last statue on the boat, and then we're out of here.
I'm not sure the boat's going to take it. The weight's all on one side and could capsize it. Ready to go. Just let me know what's next.
Oh. Oh. Um. Aha. Ah. Inspector Ganimard, eat your heart out. I could do this in my sleep. Was there ever a time?
Ready to go. Just let me know what's next.
Ooh. Hey. Oh. Huh. You can pick your job from the floor whenever you're ready, Inspector.
How could you? You must have... But the window...
You have spent your life as a detective. thinking inside the box, while I, the opposite. That's why I can do what I do, and you are left bewildered.
I'm not bewildered, it's just...
You wish you were me? Join the queue.
I'd rather be homeless on the street, actually. I've one last question.
We have the pleasure of entertaining at the present time the veteran detective, Monsieur Ganimard. An enthusiastic fisherman, he threatens to capture all the fish in our river. Was I close?
I had no intentions of being there. And I hate fishing.
Funny. The editor at Réveil de Caudebec, an acquaintance of mine, thought otherwise.
But I wasn't there.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I just don't think that'll stand up in court. You might want to consider a different defense. I thought we had discussed this already. Of course it wasn't me. It was you.
Where did you find him? The look-alike. I want to know.
You should really think about your stress levels. It's not good for a man of your age.
I think I need a moment.
Take as long as required.
It wasn't you, because you were still in La Santé.
Correct.
It can't have been the real Inspector Ganimard. He would never do such a thing.
Could never do. Leaving us with?
An imposter inspector?
I must say, I'm enjoying this version of you. Direct, stern. One could even say bull-headed.
We'll see how cocksure you are when the trial comes.
Did I not say? I've decided I won't be present at my trial. It's best I tell you now.
You'll be there. And then you'll be spending a lifetime behind those walls. Mark my word.
I must say it was some scheme. Congratulated Inspector Ganimard through gritted teeth. What still stumps me, though, which detective's name had enough fame to draw the Baron into your game in the first place? None other than the great Inspector Ganimard. And really, it's very funny. If you go to the Baron and he decides to talk, it will be your duty to arrest yourself, just as you arrested me in America. The revenge is really very amusing. I caused Ganimard to arrest Ganimard.
Have you ever thought that you went too far with the inspector?
Are you forgetting he was the one chasing me?
You orchestrated a burglary while locked in a prison cell with his look-alike, just to toy with him.
Not only to toy with him, but it was certainly the most satisfying part. So, to answer your question, no, I don't.
But your time in a cell wasn't all fun and games. I barely recognized the man brought into the courtroom.
The events on board La Provence had proved more poignant than expected. I was starting to see my life in a different light, wanting more from it, and not just riches. An enormous crowd gathered at the court. Everybody wished to see the famous Arsène Lupin. They had a gleeful anticipation that the prisoner would play some audacious pranks upon the judge. But seeing him enter the court, expectation was replaced with shock.
Prisoner at the bar. Stand up. State your name.
Désiré Baudru.
A new alias, I see. We will adhere to Arsène Lupin, by which you are more generally known. Silence in this courtroom will be considered as non-compliance. Do you understand me?
I am not Arsène Lupin.
There are judges that would allow this kind of behavior. I am not one of them. If you are seeking to avoid responsibility for your crimes on the ground of imbecility, then you think me a fool. The charges brought against you. Count 1, theft. Count 2, trespassing without correct ticket or documentation. Count 3, impersonation of a ship's captain. Count 4, a second case of theft, a pocket watch. Count 5, causing physical harm. Honestly, this list could continue until next week. So, how do you plead?
Désiré Baudru.
It would be wise to consider your next move if you wish to see the light again.
It shows what condemning a man to a life of solitude can do.
3 months wasn't exactly a life of solitude, and you didn't do yourself any favors with the judge. I think you're going to need to explain yourself.
Huh? Oh. What do you have there, my friend? Leftover breadcrumbs? My favorite. Not right now. I'm reading The Count of Monte Cristo. It's quite exhilarating. I'm sure if you asked nicely, they would bring you a blanket of your own. It is, isn't it? How about Mr. Cheddar? Yes, that'll do nicely. You're right. They do look like villainous henchmen.
Excuse me?
Judge Bouvier, what a pleasure.
Oh, you're awfully upbeat for a man facing a life between these walls. In fact, that's the reason I'm here today. To make sure you are who you say you are. A name that would later be discovered as a recently deceased cousin. A shameful act of the highest degree. The way in which Mr. Rosaine was bullied and humiliated was criminal in itself. No man, deserving in your eyes or not, should be treated as such. Ought to be a forgery, something that would not interest you. But that was not the case, and the priceless piece of art was destroyed. I am satisfied you are Arsène Lupin.
I am who I thought I was. Fantastic news.
Is there anything you wish to add?
In the name of honesty, I thought perhaps you'd be interested in some other cases. I thought I would do the right thing. I began with detailing the robbery of the Crédit Lyonnais, the theft in the Rue Babylone, the counterfeit banknotes, the burglaries at the various chateaux, making it clear it was all my work.
Surely you were just opening yourself up to more charges.
You've forgotten what I told the inspector when I was first locked up and he came to see me.
I fear you haven't grasped the seriousness of what you are admitting to.
Quite the opposite. I am well aware, but it's wasted on me, as I have decided that I shall not be present at my trial.
Really? You decided that?
If you suppose I'm going to rot in this concrete hell, you insult me. Arsène Lupin remains in prison just as long as it pleases him, and not 1 minute more. I am sorry, I haven't a card with me. My words catching the sentinel off guard.
Huh?
He eyed me from head to foot in astonishment. Then, without a word, he rang a bell, and the iron gate was partly open. I beg of you not to worry about me. When I wish to escape, I shall not require any assistance. I jested as I passed him returning to my temporary home.
The judge made a point of saying I was to keep a close eye on him. And I get the feeling it's my head on the chopping block if he did escape.
Inspector, something you might want to see.
If I walk into that cell block and he's not standing in his cell...
No, he's there. He's just walked himself back to the main gate.
Lupin! No, the rat is not talking to me. Huh? Huh? Oh. Oh.
Inspector, you look fantastic. Have you lost?
Save it.
Why not? I'm warming to the place, and my friends are here.
If you think for a minute that we're friends...
Be careful, or your head might not fit through the cell door. I was referring to the guards, and of course, my long-tailed friend.
It wouldn't surprise me if he's manipulated them. Neither of them is the sharpest knife in the drawer.
Have I ever lied to you?
You're serious?
As a heart attack, Inspector. Yes, I have deceived, duped, outsmarted.
Wait just a minute.
And I continue to be nothing but honest with you. As I told Judge Bouvier, I shall be far from this desolate, soulless cell before my trial begins. You have my word.
It's going to be a long day. Huh? Huh? Oh. It's called common sense. Use it. Just some good old-fashioned police work. No, no, no. Get your head in the game. We've got to catch him. It's going to be a lot. That would be obvious to anyone.
Inspector, prisoners are allowed to read, aren't they?
If they're reading books, not secret messages from their network of criminals.
They just kept arriving for him. He said they were a gift from his...
I don't care if they're from King Edward VII himself. It's good. Uh-huh. Oh. Carry on like this. Not as clever as you think, huh? No wonder he's always 2 steps ahead. You're supposed to be an inspector, for goodness sake. Carry on like this, and they'll have your badge. Who said I'm getting slow in my old age? No wonder he's always 2 steps ahead. It's going to be a... How does he do it? I'm hot on your heels now. Master thief? Pooh. This old dog's still got some new tricks.
That's it. This ends here.
I don't know if I've got it in me to hurt him.
Who said anything about... never mind. I want him in a new cell. I want his belongings stripped. He needs to learn what life in La Santé is really like. But I have one last question for you.
Inspector
Inspector, you look fantastic. Have you lost?
Save it.
What would ever give you that impression?
Disguising as a passenger with phony papers.
They got me on board, didn't they? And I'll have you know, they were some of my man's best work.
I knew he couldn't have done it all alone. He must have a network of people working for him.
What did ever happen to her missing jewels?
They aren't missing. You stole them.
Without any proof, we shall just have to agree to disagree. And that was it. No more luxuries, no more anything. Just me, the cell, and my thoughts.
What did he think moving you to another cell was going to achieve?
Allow me to finish. All will become clear.
It would be wise to consider your next move if you wish to see the light again.
It's always a game with him. I can't let him think he's got one over on me again.
I hope you've decided to be more forthcoming with your answers.
Perfect. The judge is already frustrated with Lupin. And after he hears about his actions on board that ship, he'll be kissing goodbye to his freedom.
While you decide if this game of yours is worth continuing, we shall hear from Inspector Ganimard.
Keep calm. There's no reason to lose your head now. Quick, say something smart.
If I had them, I'd spend them.
There's no way he could forget those bonds were fake.
I have only been in a hospital once, at my birth.
How am I meant to prove otherwise?
I was nowhere near that night. The night of the fire, you mean?
Funny how he knows the exact night I'm referring to. I'm more confused now than I ever was. Surely there is more than enough to see that man locked up for the rest of his life.
You're aware of the lack of evidence provided. Thank you. I think we're all very clear on your feelings. Tell me about your relationship with the prisoner. And you were the arresting officer. You must be heavily invested in this trial.
I don't know what the judge is getting at. He committed a crime. He goes to jail.
And you feel he should face them today for all his crimes, whether part of this trial or not.
I want him punished for what he's done, as should the judge.
I understand this chase has been going on for some time, through many countries. So many miles you have crossed to apprehend him. A commendable act.
About time I got my dues.
It's something I've always wondered about. Why you?
I had the pleasure of meeting Inspector Ganimard at a young age, and he made his mind upon me, on the spot. Since then, he's made it his life's work to hunt me down.
To play devil's advocate, that is only one side of the story. You must have been up to something when you first met.
That may be so. And we'll save that for another day. But you can't deny it. I think without me, he'd have nothing.
Inspector, I'm beginning to question your involvement. Something makes me think you've invested a personal stake. Are you even sure of this man's identity?
I am. I was.
Inspector, take your seat. Lady Gerland, thank you for being here today.
If it finally means I can get my jewels back.
Your jewels? Are they not?
We'll get to that. I have some questions, and I'd like your honest answers.
I bet you weren't expecting to see her again.
If anything, I actually think Inspector Ganimard was more upset by the time she was finished.
I need to keep her away from mentioning the jewels. Easier said than done with her loud mouth.
It was the most harrowing experience of my life. He terrorized that ship and made our voyage a living hell.
That's it. Paint a picture of a devilish criminal.
Bernard d'Andrézy. I knew we shouldn't have trusted him. I knew it.
Perfect. The judge will see Lupin had prepared it all.
That's him in the dock, isn't it? Lock him up and throw away the key. He steals from the Gerland family. He pays the price.
Perfect.
And, lastly, just so I understand, Lady Gerland's stolen jewels have been retrieved?
Isn't simple? No, they weren't. No thanks to him.
So, Lady Gerland is a liar?
Not a liar as such.
Not a liar at all. You useless excuse for an inspector.
At least she said inspector.
Order! Order in the court!
Ganimard's ace in the hole hadn't worked, unless his plan was to be deafened and embarrassed in front of the entire courtroom.
He must have been seething, without any proof that you had the jewels.
He had nothing. Well, not exactly nothing, but I wasn't going to make it easy for him to find.
Inspector, what's that?
What does it look like?
It looks like a secret passageway. Did you know it was there?
Do you really think I put Arsène Lupin, the most dangerous criminal in all of France, in a cell with a secret passageway? I don't know how long this has been here, or even who dug it, but I'm going to find out what's down there.
Huh. Huh? Oh. Huh? Oh. Huh? Hmm. Ah. Ah.
You wanted him to find it all, didn't you?
He had to understand that he had done everything I required of him from the moment he stepped on La Provence. Although, not everything in there was necessarily for his eyes.
You must have known he'd find the letters.
I suspected it, and I thought he would use them against me. But I think the next time he saw me, he realized that another escaped attempt was the last thing I was going to do.
We've heard from one of your victims and supposed evidence of your crimes. Do you have anything further to add?
Désiré Baudru.
Inspector, take your seat.
Please, Judge Bouvier, I can prove to you and the entire court this is Arsène Lupin.
On your own head be it. Proceed.
This is it. Time to shine. Please, just let me be right. You have said to me, to my face, that you have never lied to me. I hold a man at his word.
Inspector, the relevance?
I assure you, Judge, it's relevant. She said it herself. I believe her exact words were, a trickster of the lowest form. No one likes having their misdeeds thrown in their face.
Maybe she wouldn't want to receive them if I've been so rude to her.
He's not fooling anyone. We both know the pain he caused that poor girl.
Inspector Ganimard, guilty or not, I will not have you badgering the prisoner.
Nothing. Not even a grimace or a look. That's it. The eyes.
You're treading on thin ice, Inspector.
Allow me this, and I can prove whether or not this is Arsène Lupin. Huh? It's not him. How could he? How have I lost him again? It's not him.
Excuse me?
It's not him.
For everyone to...
It's not him. It's not Arsène Lupin.
Order! Order in the court!
The judge continued to question the man in the dock, Désiré Baudru, in case you hadn't caught his name. He informed the court of how he was grabbed by two officers while standing outside the police station as I was returning, a case of mistaken identity to the judge. When asked why he remained in La Santé, he replied, "I had a roof over my head and no worry for my next meal. I don't mind a rat or two." The courtroom erupted with laughter, all except Inspector Ganimard. I'm sure you can imagine the look on his face.
I don't understand how he could have answered Ganimard's questions, though.
Mr. Baudru, having considered all that has gone on today, I hereby declare you a free man.
Could I ask a question?
You are not alone in having questions today, Mr. Baudru. What is it?
Will I still get my dinner?
You can't be.
After the manner in which you've been treated, one last meal is a minor request. And as for you, Detective...
Judge?
I would think long and hard before bringing anything like that disastrous display into my courtroom again.
It's Inspector.
You did it! You really pulled it off!
I'm a man of my word.
I can't imagine Inspector Ganimard was prepared to accept it all, though.
Couldn't have said it better, my friend. In fact, he took it upon himself to stalk Monsieur Baudru through the streets, waiting for something to happen, I suppose.
And did it?
It did. But I don't think it was what the inspector was expecting.
Why me? Why is it always me? I'm the laughingstock of the station again. That old man knows something. I don't know what, but I'm going to find out. Here we are.
The policeman from the courtroom. Is that you?
You know exactly who I am, and I want to know who you really are.
I'm sure I have no idea what you mean.
Not giving me a straight answer. You've certainly taken a leaf out of his book.
If you really want to know, look closer. It certainly has been some ride.
I almost caught you, didn't I?
You certainly gave it a good old-fashioned try. One, you never actually had me. Two, refresh my memory of what I lost while escaping La Santé without climbing a single wall.
Miss Underdown, if this is the last time we stand face to face, I want to see some honesty. Maybe even a glimmer of guilt for what you did.
I regret not showing her the real me from the start. I had hoped she might be present at the trial, and then, who knows?
Hope? You'll need plenty of that if you're going to convince her to be with you.
To live without hope is to cease to live.
Ever the wordsmith. I do have one last request.
I should like to know if you intend to reveal the true state of facts connected with your escape, the mistakes that I made. The words came as an almighty struggle to the inspector, admitting his part in it all. It is to my own interest to surround myself with mystery, and therefore have no fear. I shall say nothing. And now, goodbye. I am going out to dinner this evening. Where do you dine tonight? The inspector continued, still in a state of stunned bewilderment. With the British ambassador.
Your time battling Inspector Ganimard was over then.
I was free to breathe clean air, roam as I pleased, and Ganimard had egg all over his face. I had solidified myself as the victor.
What was next for you? I wondered if you might have sought out a particular person after being released.
Were you not listening? Inspector Ganimard and I had gone our separate ways. He hung up his badge soon after. My days of frivolous crimes were over.
That's not exactly who I was thinking of. I understand you saying that, but your actions say otherwise.
You mean the events at Chateau de Thibermesnil? I stand by my statement. It was a series of unexpected surprises that might make you think otherwise. It is really remarkable, Velmont, what a close resemblance you bear to Arsène Lupin. If you were not the celebrated artist whose beautiful marine views I so admire, no doubt I'd have warned the police of your presence in Dieppe, exclaimed the host to his surrounding guests. This sally was greeted with an outburst of laughter, but there was one who was not focused on the amusing side of his resemblance, but the opportunistic.
Tonight is a night of celebrations. I look around this room and I see close friends, old and new. Some who began as colleagues, some even competition.
Surprise, surprise. George is talking business.
And that'll be the last of it. Besides, they are now those I consider my most formidable allies.
Oh, that's enough of all that sentimental malarkey.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, mingle, eat, drink, enjoy.
While an invitation to tonight's party was the aim of the game, I wasn't expecting to be surrounded by so many former acquaintances. I'll have to be on my best behavior. When am I not? Good evening. And you are?
Le Baron Cahorn.
Riveting conversation, as always.
We frequent the same auction houses.
An art collector. Fascinating. You must have acquired quite a collection yourself.
I did have. I'd rather not talk about it.
A sore loser. Sometimes it's better to just accept the hand one's been dealt.
I have no idea. This is the first time I've left my home in... I should have just stayed.
I'll second that.
How are we supposed to figure it out if you're not going to tell us?
I didn't get to where I am today without solving a few problems.
Or eating a few pies. All right, I'll tell you, but you'll never get it. A beacon through the darkness and struggles that stand before us. Without its guidance, we would be lost, wandering alone, aimlessly through the hardships of this world.
I have no idea.
A childish game anyway.
Why am I not surprised it fell on deaf ears? Except mine, that is. Good evening.
I've not seen you with this crowd before. Who are you?
Maurice Leblanc. I only met George recently at a casino and...
A gambling man, eh? You'll fit right in.
I'm currently betting on the odds of you finding some manners, and it's not looking good.
How are we supposed to figure it out if you're not going to tell us?
I didn't get to where I am today without solving a few problems.
Or eating a few pop. All right, a beacon.
I have no...
A childish...
Why am I not... Is everything all right? This is supposed to be a party.
You try enjoying yourself with your captain watching over you.
Have I stumbled upon a Navy reunion?
If I knew he'd be here, I wouldn't. We haven't always seen eye to eye, but he's my superior officer. That's all I've got to say.
I should probably put my hand up to most of the recent conflicts. Let me guess. Captain? Horace Velmont, landlubber.
Well, seafarer or landlubber, it's good to meet you.
Not what I expected. In a social surrounding, he's a different man.
George is a keen sailor and a dab hand with a rod. There's no better pastime, you know.
I am no fisherman, but there was this one time... Well, apparently it got away.
I bet it was a real sea monster. Never mind it getting away, as long as you had fun.
Couldn't have said it better myself. And slipping his watch from his pocket was indeed fun.
Yes, my first mate.
Is it custom to bring your crew to parties?
Most definitely not. I like to keep my work and private life as separate as possible, especially with certain members of my crew. Landlegs! Very good. I must admit, I do miss the gentle sway of my ship. La Provence, my pride and joy. What is it you do?
I'm a painter myself. That's how George and I got talking, albeit around the cards table.
He does like his art. You should speak to the Baron. He's a collector, if you can get a word out of him. Indeed, he did steal from me. He terrorized my guests. He was a menace from the moment he snuck on board.
At least that inspector was able to catch him. That must have been a relief.
It was until his trial. You must have seen it. Wasn't even him in the dock. You do bear a striking resemblance to him, you know.
I've heard. I'm not sure I believe it myself. While I don't think the captain has the slightest inkling of my true identity, I don't want to give anyone any reason to be suspicious.
If I could have everyone's attention for just a moment, I wanted to say...
Oh, haven't we already done this?
You're right, but you're going to want to hear this. On second thoughts, join me in the salon and I'll explain when we're all comfortable. Much better. Now, you may or may not know that you all, excluding my new friend Horace here, have been on the losing side of Arsène Lupin's crimes.
That was meant to be kept a secret.
Airing out everyone's dirty laundry, are you now, George?
I've not brought you here to rub your faces in it. I want you all to be here for his capture. Chateau de Thibermesnil is perfect. The art, the riches, the secrets he won't be able to resist.
What makes it any more secure than my Chateau de Malaquis?
You allowed strangers into your home, strangers that stripped your gallery and left you
With nothing.
with nothing. While you relied on an inspector, I've gone one step further and found the only man that can put a stop to Arsène Lupin forever. Well, who is it?
Yes, I'm eager to know.
Tomorrow at 4 p.m. sharp, the famous English detective Herlock Sholmes will be arriving at Chateau de Thibermesnil's gates.
When one adversary is defeated, another appears.
Herlock Sholmes? As in...
I was as surprised as you.
Really, Arsène?
Would I lie now? I must admit, hearing of his arrival initially gave me a moment of apprehension, but that was quickly replaced with urgency and excitement for what was to come. Ooh. Huh? Heh.
It's you again. He took everything from me that I cherished. It was once a gallery full of exquisite pieces, and now...
Bare, empty, desolate.
Why ask if you already know?
It's not hard to see what the Baron considers important. Nothing makes a man more vulnerable than loneliness, except greed. And he has both in spades.
I was, until it was destroyed at the hands of that detective.
I think he's an inspector. Sounds like he caused more damage than good.
Exactly. And it is me who had to pay the price. Twice!
There's a part of me that almost feels sorry for Inspector Gaminau taking all of the blame. I did say almost. Oh.
Nah.
Ah. Huh? Ooh. Hey.
I'm going to have to...
Ooh. Hey. Huh. Oh. Ah. Horace, my friend.
Thank you again for inviting me. I feel a little...
Intimidated? Ha! Don't worry, they're all harmless. Now go on, make yourself at home. You liked it? I hoped you would. Like I said, most of them have dealt with Lupin. You haven't. I can get an honest opinion from you.
About what?
My plan, obviously. There's no way Lupin can resist trying to rob me. Trying being the dominant word.
Are you going to set some sort of trap for him?
That's the beauty of it. He's gonna trap himself. I think he knows about the secret tunnels, and when he can't find his way out, Detective Sholmes will be there waiting.
He has high expectations of Detective Shorts and exceptionally low of me. I'd call that naivete.
If you want to be the best, you gotta beat the best. And in this case, that's him.
It's not a little overkill to bring him all the way from London?
It didn't take much persuading. Since Lupin's been on the run, news of his antics has spread. Catching him is as good as a done deal.
While I hadn't expected this evening to turn how it has, I'll enjoy bringing Monsieur Devanne and his hired detective back down to earth.
What did you know of Herlock Sholmes at the time?
I'd heard of his successful cases, as I'm sure you had. His name was all over the newspapers. Still, it wasn't enough to worry me. If I'd prepared correctly, I'd be long gone before he even arrived.
Leaving another lawman in your wake.
It really is uncanny. If you were next to each other in a police lineup, I couldn't tell the difference. You would not believe the history of this place. I've got a book, Chronique de Tibermenil. It's got everything about the castle, including
the secret tunnels. And you think Lupin knows how to access them?
There's another version of the book that's kept in the National Library in Paris. And would you believe it? It was stolen recently.
He suspects more than I give him credit for. Not that it's going to help him. He's right, though. I'm going to need a copy of the Chronique de Tibermenil from the cabinet.
To show that I'm not a pushover like everyone else. They all had the arrogance to underestimate him. Look where that got them.
And I'd argue that's exactly what he's doing. And with the help of Detective Shorms, you'll catch him?
The world will know the name. Devanne.
I get the feeling Georges is more interested in his own fame rather than seeing me locked up. How disappointed he shall be.
When will they learn?
To be fair to Monsieur Devanne, if ever there was a trap that Arsène Lupin would fall into...
I just don't understand the arrogance. Why set the challenge at all?
Like he said, if you want to be the best, unfortunately for him, he's far from it. Huh? Oh. Huh.
I try not to when I don't have to.
I'm sure I just heard him say he was the best fisherman on his ship.
Him? He's barely capable of catching a cold.
I was under the impression he was a keen fisherman.
Keen, but useless.
Looks like reminding him of the captain's little white lies could do the trick.
We've already been through this. It was that thief in disguise.
Maybe the captain was talking about someone else.
He was talking about me. If he really thinks I'm just gonna sit here and...
Buttons pushed. You should tell him how you feel.
It's not a good idea.
I'll do that. Thanks, Horace.
Velmont, are you up for a challenge? If you can beat me with a single move, I will admit defeat.
How could I say no to another opportunity to embarrass Mr. Rosen? One move is all I need.
Confident, aren't we? I don't think you realize who you're up against.
Uh-huh.
How did you? Here, take your key. Oh, I made it easy for you. I wouldn't want to embarrass you.
I'm up for another round if you are.
I would, but I've got somewhere else to be.
Even I felt how satisfying that was.
Monsieur Leblanc.
I'm not condoning your other activities, but there's something about seeing a man like that.
Embarrassed?
Corrected.
Ah.
How can I help you? I'm afraid Mr. Devan is very particular about the fireplace.
That's all right. I'll maybe head out for some fresh air. If the thermostat is inconveniently placed outside. Oh. Is it me, or is it getting hot in here? You're looking rather flushed. Let me get you a drink. Ask the maid, she'll get it. Just a water. I want to keep a clear head.
How can I help you? Right away.
And voila, chaos ensues. How clumsy.
If you'll excuse me, I should get out of these wet rags. Let's have this cleaned up by the time I'm back, yes?
Right away.
Huh?
Good evening, Mr. Belmont. Accident?
I think the maid might have spilled some water down our host.
I'll tend to the situation immediately.
Perfect. That's one out of the way. Aha. Hey. Huh? Aha. Ah. Ooh. Huh. Oh.
Baron Cahorn.
What is it now? By whom?
To who do you think you are talking?
It's not just a thermostat with rising temperatures.
Never once has even a member of my own staff spoken to me like that.
I don't have time for this. If he won't take the hint.
George! Where's George?
And goodbye, Baron. I know I make things look simple.
I don't envy the lengths you had to go to.
It would have been easier to have just been honest with him. That would have sent him running.
As well as the police, for you.
Oh. Huh. Oh. Hey. Maybe I should just hang up my boots. I'm going to have to look. Nope, that's not it. Back to the drawing. It's not like my... Really? We all get it wrong from time to... We all get it wrong. Really? Maybe I should just... Nope. Back to the...
You made short work of a 200-year-old riddle? Secrets held only by the king.
That's where following the clues and some common sense gets you. And a little snooping, of course.
After discovering the secrets of the house, you must have had free rein to roam as you pleased.
It wasn't long before the other guests returned. But once Monsieur Devanne declared that he was leaving to pick up some more guests, others soon took the hint and retired to bed. I'd have to wait until night fell to make my move. Huh? Ah. Oh. Ooh.
Think again, and...
Uh-huh. Huh?
Then all you had left to do...
All you had left? A successful burglary takes more than just lifting art off the wall.
Excuse me, I didn't mean to belittle your craft. Please, continue. You can't stop there.
Who said anything about stopping? We're merely moving to the following day. Monsieur Devanne.
No. You were standing in the gallery, arms and pockets full of stolen goods. Someone was coming, and you expect me not to query who it was?
In time, I promise. For now, picture this. Monsieur de Vannes has discovered his gallery empty. A detective has arrived at his gates alongside a truck full of furniture. Arriving at the chateau, having traveled across the channel at Georges de Vannes' request, he certainly had his work cut out for him. Never before had the traveling detective arrived at the crime scene where the stolen goods had been returned. If his reputation was correct, he would surely make short work of the investigation.
Impressive.
Who? The detective? I suppose so.
Green is not your color.
Jealousy never came into it. I'm just glad someone showed up to help. De Vannes was never going to work it out himself.
You're here. Fantastic.
Was there an expectation that I wouldn't arrive?
No.
I traveled most of the night and boarded my final train at 3:45 p.m. so that I may arrive promptly at 4 p.m.
Well, then you're right on time. It's not that easy. First of all, he took everything.
That didn't appear too tasking.
But this afternoon, everything was returned.
Then I am no longer needed. I doubt he will return, knowing he has already bested you.
Wait, you can't. You need to figure out how he got in. What if he does come back?
Ah. Ah. Uh-huh.
You're the best. If anyone can catch him, it's you. The furniture, the artwork, the valuables, everything.
How were they delivered?
You must have seen the wagon outside. The clock struck 3 p.m. and in it rolled.
There we have it.
You're the best. If anyone can catch him, it's you. You're fascinating, isn't it? I still can't believe I'm following in the footsteps of such characters.
I'm more interested in the secrets surrounding the building itself.
You want to solve the riddle of the secret tunnel, don't you? Wait, could Lupin have already solved it?
Now you're thinking like a detective.
A detective? Well, but he can't have. He'd need both editions of the books.
Even after his home has just been ransacked, he still doubts Arsène Lupin's skills of deduction and reason.
Of course I haven't. Except for maybe last night, after I announced you were arriving.
Congratulations. You gave Arsène Lupin the answers he was seeking.
He was here, in my house, during my party?
I have no doubts. In fact, I met him on my way here. Excuse me, I have found myself in a moment of need.
Then you've stumbled upon the right man. How can I help you?
Is this the way to Chateau de Thibermesnil?
Yes, monsieur. Straight ahead.
His face, his mannerisms. Arsène Lupin is known as a master of disguise. But could his greatest disguise be himself?
No keener admirer than myself.
Most kind. You are leaving?
I thought it best to exit before I outstayed my welcome. My exit will make way for your grand arrival.
Don't tell me this chance interaction was all part of another drawn-out plan.
It wasn't. Just a stroke of luck. And I prefer long-term planning with multi-stage reveals. It sounds more professional, meticulous.
You're lucky he let you walk away.
As if an opportune moment like that would be how this story ends.
Huh? Ah. It would be wise. I'll never. There has to be. Elementary. That points to no. That points to. There has to be. I have my methods for a reason. It would be wise when you have eliminated the impossible. There we have it. When you have eliminated the impossible.
He didn't really say that, did he?
You weren't aware?
I am now. How could he? If anything, it was a great victory for me. I did what I set out to do, and even returned it all out of the goodness of my heart.
The goodness of your heart?
Okay, so my hand might have been forced. At least I don't need to feel bad anymore.
Anymore? Arsène, what did you do?
Oh. Huh. Ooh. I'll never Elementary. Oh. Ah. I'll never... I have my methods. That points to... It would be wise. There we have it. There has to be... There has to... I have my methods for a reason.
Is there something you need? Mr. Devan is very particular about the use of the fireplaces. He requests them fairly infrequently.
And last night?
Both the salon fireplace and the conservatory fireplace were lit during the gathering last night.
Ah.
How can I help you? Everything was tidied and clean after the gathering concluded. Nothing unusual or strange marks, if that's what you're asking, Detective.
The smallest detail could be helpful.
Besides the small incident with water being spilt over Mr. Devane last night, there's been nothing out of the ordinary.
I'll never catch. Elementary. It would be wise. That point. There has to be. When you have eliminated the impossible. It would be wise to. That points to. Elementary. When you have eliminated the impossible. I have my methods for a reason. I'll never catch. That points. It would be one. There we have it. Huh. Oh. Hmm. Huh? Oh. There has to be. I'll never. There has to be. That points. I have my methods for a reason. When you have eliminated the impossible, there we have it. I'll never. It would be one. Elementary. Ooh. Uh-huh. Huh. Ah. Ooh. Huh? Uh-huh. Huh? Huh. Oh. Huh.
You're the best. If anyone can catch him, it's you. What did I say? The right man for the job.
It was quite simple when approached logically, as was the riddle. How it baffled so many for so long, well, baffles me.
look at the state of this place.
I thought you appreciated the history of the house.
I do. I just wish it were a little tidier.
I get the impression Mr. Devan isn't as interested or invested in the history of the chateau as he first implied. Rather, just its wealth. This candle has been lit recently, meaning...
Meaning someone, Lupin, has been here. Ha! I'm getting pretty good at this, right?
Yes, very good. Huh?
You told me you didn't orchestrate that meeting with Detective Sholmes?
And that is the truth. But while he hesitated to seize his moment to apprehend me, I took mine to get on the front foot and set the stage for my next adversary.
You just couldn't help yourself.
You say it as though I hadn't learned anything. I no longer cared for what the wealthy considered valuable. My time in La Santé had shown me that there were more important things than material treasures.
Like going head-to-head with a detective from England?
Like not only challenging and pushing myself, but those that are there to protect the innocent of this world. How can they put their faith in those they believe they can trust if they are outsmarted by the likes of me?
We are both aware Arsène Lupin is no ordinary man.
A watch? How did it get here?
It appears that...
It's yours, isn't it? But to return it, Herlock Sholmes' watch, stolen by Arsène Lupin. Excuse me, it's just that it was you that said he wasn't to be underestimated, and now this.
A clever man indeed. Someday, we shall have the pleasure of meeting again. The world is just too small. There has to be a more logical option. There we have it.
Excuse me, sir. Is this the way to the castle? The well-dressed and polite man asked. Yes, monsieur. Straight ahead. They are expecting you. My friend Devan told us that you were coming, and I am delighted to be the first to welcome you. Herlock Sholmes has no keener admirers than myself. The irony of such a meeting seemingly and understandably lost on the unaware detective.
Inspector Ganimard wasn't enough of a challenge for you?
As Monsieur Devan said, if you want to be the best, you must beat the best, thus concluding.
What? No, that can't be the end of it. Why did you return Monsieur Devan's belongings? Who found you the night of the burglary?
There's really nothing more to tell. It's not necessary for the story we're telling.
You want the truth to be known? Now is your chance.
You aren't going to let this go, are you? It's you, Miss Nelly.
Miss Underdown.
No longer Miss Nelly. The face that kept my mind sane during the long months imprisoned. Now a stranger. Of course. I didn't expect to see you here.
No, I'm sure you didn't. I was invited as a guest. I presume you were not?
Not directly. Although, I suppose,
I'll take that as a no.
it's obvious that she hasn't forgiven my previous deceptions.
What is there to say? Your actions speak for themselves.
How am I to prove my feelings for her are and always have been true if she won't let me speak?
I have nothing to say.
Will you at least listen? If I can hear the desperation in my own voice, surely she can too.
I shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be here. I can't even imagine what you'll be doing then.
Everything will be returned. The furniture, the art, everything. You have my word.
Everything?
Everything. Then can we talk?
Listen. Footsteps. I hear someone.
I don't hear anything.
You must go. You must escape.
There it is. A flash of hope. She must still care. Nothing in the world could make me break that promise. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
I understand now why you returned everything, but I don't understand how you did it.
It was you that spoke of the return of the army wagon full of furniture.
That I know, but how did you organize it from the house? You must have been surrounded by guests and staff.
Need I remind you of my title?
How could I forget?
I made a promise to Miss Nelly that Monsieur de Van's belongings would be returned, and I intend to keep it. Hey. Oh. Have I not kept my promise?
I can see everything has been returned, but I fear for the wrong reasons.
There's no question about it. This is my last chance to prove to her I'm no longer the man she reads about in the newspaper.
Why did you return Mr. de Van's belongings? Do you really expect me to believe you?
You must take me at my word.
Your word is worth very little.
If I want her to believe me, telling her what I think she wants to hear isn't the answer.
If I hadn't caught you, would you have returned today? You don't know the difference between the actual truth and what you've convinced yourself of.
The truth is rarely pure and never simple.
You won't convince me of your lies with cleverly worded riddles. Have you committed any other crimes since you escaped? And your arrogance stops you from admitting it.
Many confused confidence with
The ignorance to think your antics wouldn't make the national and international papers. I've read about everything.
Everything?
Your time in Turkey, the aliases, Floriani Knight and Captain Giano, the burglaries in Montigny, everything.
If she knows the details surrounding my time in Turkey, she'll know of the good I did in the name of my female traveling companion. There may still be hope.
Why do it all? The burglaries, the deception, the lies. You don't have to live the life that was handed to you.
I've never had anything handed to me. Everything I have, I earned myself.
And what kind of life do you have to enjoy it? This is your last chance. What do you have to say? Except for trying to escape and toy with the inspector?
Can you not separate the past from the present? Look at me, if only for a moment, as you did when I was Bernard d'Andrézy.
When you were someone else completely.
I am still that man.
And you are still Arsène Lupin.
Without saying a word, she pointed to a ring he was wearing on his forefinger, which consisted of a magnificent ruby. The ring belonged to Georges d'Havannes. Once a thief, always a thief.
I'm sorry, that's how it ended.
Our futures were never destined to align. I think I realized that long before our surprise meeting.
The unsent letters addressed to her?
Initially, I kept them as a reminder of the man I could have become and the life I could have had.
You've always claimed you sat in a gray area of the law. A Robin Hood of the 20th century.
Did you come up with that yourself? It's very good. While I don't agree with many of the terrible crimes committed, I cannot agree with many of the laws forced upon our citizens.
While we're on the subject, Lady Gerland's jewelry. I know now it's not why you boarded La Provence, but surely you didn't let it all just sink to the bottom of the dock.
It is only through mystery and madness that the soul is revealed.
Ah, of course. What does that mean?